There are days that feel heavier than they should, not because something terrible happened, not because everything went wrong, but because everything feels harder than usual. Getting out of bed takes more effort. Simple tasks feel overwhelming. Even your own thoughts seem louder and less kind. And on days like that, a quiet question can appear. Why is this so hard? Followed by another. Am I just not strong enough? It doesn't feel dramatic. It doesn't feel like a breakdown. It just feels heavy. Like you are carrying something you cannot fully see, but cannot put down either. And the hardest part is this. From the outside, nothing looks wrong. People talk to you the same way. The world continues as it always does. But inside, it feels like you are moving through something thick and invisible. Each step takes more energy. Each moment asks a little more from you. And you begin to wonder, how long can I keep going like this? Tonight, we are not here to fix that feeling. We are not here to push it away. We are not here to force strength. Instead, we are going to sit with something very simple. Something you may not believe right now, but something that is quietly true. You are stronger than your hardest day. Not because you don't struggle, not because you always know what to do, but because even on the days when everything feels heavy, you are still here, still breathing, still listening, still continuing in ways that are easy to overlook. And sometimes, that is what strength actually looks like. Not loud, not visible, but quiet and steady. So tonight, let's move slowly through a few gentle stories. Stories about ordinary people facing ordinary days that felt heavier than they expected. And in those quiet moments, they discovered something important. Not all at once, not in a dramatic way, but slowly they realized they were stronger than they thought. Story 1. The day he almost gave up. There was a man who woke up one morning, already tired. Not the kind of tiredness that sleep can fix, but something deeper, something quiet, but heavy. He opened his eyes slowly, staring at the ceiling for a few moments. And before his feet even touched the ground, his mind was already full. Not with clear thoughts, but with a kind of pressure. Unfinished things, unspoken worries, a vague sense that the day ahead would ask more from him than he could give. He lay there a little longer than usual, not because he wanted to rest, but because getting up felt like too much. Eventually, he sat up, moved through his morning slowly, brushed his teeth, made a cup of tea, stood quietly by the window. Everything looked the same. The street, the sky, the familiar rhythm of the world waking up. And yet, something felt off, like he was slightly out of sync with everything around him, as if the world was moving at its usual pace, and he was just a step behind. When he stepped outside, the air was cool, fresh, but it didn't feel refreshing. It just felt distant. He began walking, not with purpose, just because that's what he always did. And after a few steps, a thought appeared, soft but steady. I don't think I can do this today. He didn't stop walking, but the thought stayed. I don't have enough energy. I don't have enough patience. I don't have enough anything. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't overwhelming. It was quiet, and because it was quiet, it felt believable, as if it were simply stating a fact. He tried to ignore it, tried to focus on what he needed to do. But the more he thought about the day ahead, the heavier everything felt. Small tasks became large in his mind. Simple conversations felt exhausting before they even happened. And then, as he reached the corner of the street, he slowed down. Not because something stopped him, but because something inside him hesitated. For a brief moment, he considered turning back, going home, skipping the day, avoiding everything. And in that moment, it felt like giving up might actually be the easier choice. He stood there quietly, between continuing forward and turning away, not knowing yet that this small pause would show him something about strength he had never truly understood before. He stood there for a moment, longer than he expected, not moving forward, not turning back, just standing. The world continued around him. People passed by. A distant sound of traffic moved steadily in the background. Somewhere, a door opened and closed. Everything was normal. And yet, inside him, there was a quiet struggle. Not loud, not chaotic, just a simple question that wouldn't leave. Should I keep going or not? His mind began to offer answers. You're too tired. You won't do it well anyway. It's okay to skip just one day. Each thought felt reasonable, gentle, almost kind, but there was something else beneath those thoughts, something quieter, harder to hear, not telling him what to do, just waiting. He took a slow breath, then another, and without trying to fix anything, he noticed something small. He was still standing, still breathing, still here. The weight hadn't disappeared. The tiredness was still there. The hesitation hadn't gone away. But he hadn't collapsed under it. He hadn't disappeared. He hadn't completely given up. And for the first time that morning, he saw something clearly. Maybe strength isn't the absence of this feeling. Maybe strength is this: standing here, not knowing, feeling heavy, and still not leaving. He didn't suddenly feel motivated. He didn't suddenly feel ready, but something softened, just enough. And instead of making a big decision, he did something smaller. He took one step forward. That was all. Not a commitment to the whole day, not a promise to do everything perfectly. Just one step, then another, slow, uncertain, but real. And as he continued walking, the thoughts didn't disappear. The heaviness didn't magically lift. But something had changed. He was no longer standing still. He was moving, even if only a little. And with each step, something quiet began to grow. Not confidence, not energy, but a simple realization. I can still move, even when it feels like I can't. By the time he reached the next street, the day didn't feel easier, but it also didn't feel impossible anymore. And that difference, though small, was enough. He kept walking, not faster, not with confidence, just continuing, step by step. The weight was still there. That quiet heaviness in his chest, that sense that everything required more effort than usual. None of it had disappeared, but something subtle had shifted. Before, the feeling had stopped him. Now, it was simply there, walking with him, not controlling him. And as he moved through the morning, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. The day was not one single, overwhelming thing. It wasn't something he had to carry all at once. It was moments, small, separate moments, each one complete on its own. The next step, the next breath, the next simple action, nothing more. When he arrived at his first task of the day, he paused again. The same hesitation returned. That familiar thought, this is too much. But this time, he didn't look at the whole task. He didn't think about finishing it. He didn't imagine everything that could go wrong. He just focused on the first small part. One action. Something simple. Something he could do, even while feeling like this. And he did it, slowly, without pressure, without expecting it to feel good. Then the next small part, and then another. There was no sudden burst of energy, no moment where everything became easy, but something steady began to form, like a quiet rhythm. Do one small thing, pause, breathe, do the next. The day moved forward, piece by piece. And at some point, he didn't even notice exactly when, he realized something surprising. He was still tired, but he wasn't overwhelmed anymore, because he was no longer trying to carry the whole day at once. He was just meeting it, one moment at a time. Later, as the day began to soften into evening, he found himself walking home. The same streets, the same sounds, but something inside him felt different. Not lighter, not happier, but steadier. He thought back to the moment in the morning when he had almost turned around, when he believed he didn't have enough strength for the day, and now the day had passed. Not perfectly, not easily, but it had passed with him still in it, still present, still moving. And that was when he understood something he hadn't seen before. Strength is not always loud. It is not always visible. It does not always feel like power. Sometimes it looks like hesitation and still continuing. It feels like heaviness and still taking one more step. It sounds like a quiet voice saying, "I don't think I can." And another even quieter one replying, "Just this step." When he reached his door, he paused for a moment, hand resting lightly on the handle, not rushing inside, just standing there. And for the first time that day, he allowed himself to recognize something simple. I didn't give up. Not in a dramatic way. Not in a way anyone else would notice. But in the small, quiet moments, when it would have been easier to stop, he continued, and that was enough. That night, as he lay down to rest, the day no longer felt like something that had defeated him. It felt like something he had moved through, slowly, gently, but completely. And somewhere within that quiet understanding, a new kind of trust began to form. Not in the day, not in circumstances, but in himself. A soft knowing that even when things feel too heavy, he is still capable of taking the next step, and somewhere else, someone else was facing a different kind of heaviness, not from the outside, but from within. A weight that had no clear reason and no easy explanation. A feeling she couldn't name, but couldn't ignore. Story 2. The weight she couldn't explain. There was a woman who felt heavy, but couldn't explain why. Nothing was obviously wrong. Her life, from the outside, looked fine. She had responsibilities, yes. Things to take care of, people to talk to, but nothing that clearly pointed to the feeling inside her. And that was what made it harder. Because when there is a clear reason, you can at least tell yourself a story. I feel this way because of that. But this had no clear beginning, no obvious cause, just a quiet, steady weight that followed her through the day. She woke up with it, carried it into the morning, felt it sitting beside her as she moved through simple tasks, brushing her hair, making breakfast, looking at her phone, but not really seeing anything. Everything felt slightly distant, like she was there, but not fully inside her own life. She tried to ignore it at first, told herself it would pass, that maybe she just needed coffee, or distraction, or something to take her mind off it. So she filled her day, small tasks, background noise, scrolling, without really paying attention. But the feeling stayed, quiet, patient, unmoved. And as the hours passed, something else began to appear. Not just the weight, but a quiet frustration with herself. Why do I feel like this? There's no reason for this. I shouldn't be like this. The thoughts weren't loud, but they were sharp. And slowly, without realizing it, she wasn't just carrying the original feeling anymore. She was carrying resistance, judgment, a quiet pressure to fix something she didn't understand. And that made everything heavier. By the afternoon, she felt tired, not from doing too much, but from holding something she couldn't put down, something she couldn't name. She sat for a moment, phone in her hand, but not using it, just sitting. And for a brief second, she considered something she usually avoided: stopping, not distracting herself, not fixing anything, just feeling what was there. The thought made her uncomfortable because it felt like stepping into something unknown, something she didn't have control over. But at the same time, there was a quiet part of her that was already tired of running. So she placed her phone down, took a slow breath, and stayed, not knowing yet that this small moment of not turning away would begin to show her a different kind of strength. She sat there, quietly. No phone, no distraction, no attempt to fix anything, just sitting. At first, it felt uncomfortable. Her mind immediately tried to escape. Thoughts appeared, one after another. This isn't helping. You should be doing something. Why are you just sitting here? Each thought pulled at her, trying to bring her back into movement, back into distraction. But this time, she didn't follow. Not because she was strong in a dramatic way, not because she knew exactly what to do, but because something in her was tired of running. So instead of pushing the feeling away, she turned toward it, gently, cautiously, as if approaching something fragile. The weight was still there, sitting quietly in her chest, not sharp, not overwhelming, but steady. And as she stayed with it, something unexpected happened. It didn't grow. It didn't become worse. It simply remained. And for the first time, she noticed something important. The feeling itself was not the problem. It was her constant effort to get rid of it that had been exhausting her. All day, she had been resisting, questioning, trying to explain, trying to fix. And in doing so, she had been adding more weight on top of what was already there. But now, with nothing added, the feeling was just a feeling, present, but not unbearable. She took a slow breath, then another, and as she did, a small space began to appear. Not a big change, not relief, just a little space, enough to notice. I can feel this and still be okay. The thought didn't come as words. It came as a quiet knowing, a subtle shift in how the moment felt. She wasn't trapped inside the feeling anymore. She was sitting beside it, aware of it, but not consumed by it. Minutes passed. She didn't count them. She didn't try to make anything happen. She just stayed. And slowly, the weight began to change. Not disappearing, but softening. Like something that no longer needed to hold itself so tightly. And in that softening, her body responded. Her shoulders dropped slightly. Her breath deepened. Her chest felt a little more open. Not completely light, but lighter than before. When she finally stood up, nothing in her life had changed. The same responsibilities were still there. The same day continued, but she was different. Not because the feeling was gone, but because she had stopped fighting it. And in that moment, she had discovered something she hadn't known before. That strength is not always about pushing through. Sometimes it is about staying with what is difficult, without turning away, without adding more to it, without needing it to disappear. And as the day moved forward, she carried that quiet understanding with her, not as a solution, but as something steady, something she could return to whenever the weight came back. The rest of her day continued quietly. Nothing dramatic happened, no sudden clarity, no moment where everything made sense. And yet, something was different. The weight didn't disappear. It returned in small waves, at times stronger, at times barely noticeable. But now, when it appeared, she didn't react the same way. She didn't immediately reach for distraction. didn't rush to explain it, didn't tell herself that something was wrong. Instead, she paused just for a moment and noticed, this feeling is here again. No judgment, no resistance, just acknowledgement. And strangely, that was enough to change how it felt. Because the moment she stopped fighting it, the feeling stopped growing. It no longer had something to push against. It no longer needed to prove itself. It simply existed, and then, like all things, it began to pass. Later that evening, she found herself sitting by the window. The light outside had softened. The day was slowly coming to an end. She held a warm cup in her hands, feeling the quiet stillness of the moment. And for the first time that day, she didn't feel like she needed to escape anything. The weight had been there. It had moved through her, and she was still here, not broken, not overwhelmed, just present. And that was when something became clear. Not as a thought she had to figure out, but as something she could feel. The feeling had never been stronger than her. It had only felt that way when she believed she couldn't handle it, when she resisted it, when she tried to make it disappear. But the moment she stayed, the moment she allowed it to be there, without adding fear, without adding pressure, she saw the truth. It was just a feeling, temporary, changing, never fixed. And she was the one still here, aware of it, holding space for it, not controlled by it. She took a slow breath, the kind that comes naturally when the body no longer feels the need to defend itself. And in that breath, there was a quiet sense of trust, not in the feeling, but in herself, a soft knowing that even when she doesn't understand what she's feeling, even when there is no clear reason, even when the day feels heavy for no obvious cause, she can stay. She can breathe. She can allow the moment to move without needing to force it. And that is a different kind of strength. One that doesn't fight. One that doesn't rush. One that simply remains. As the night grew deeper and the world became quieter, that understanding stayed with her, gentle, steady, like something she didn't need to hold tightly because it wasn't going anywhere. And somewhere else, someone was facing a different kind of moment. Not a quiet weight, but an urge. A strong pull to escape, to run away from what felt uncomfortable. A moment where everything inside said, "Leave this." But for the first time, he didn't. Story 3. The moment he didn't run away. There was a man who had a habit of leaving, not physically. He didn't walk out of rooms. He didn't disappear from people. But inside, he was always stepping away. Whenever something felt uncomfortable, he would distract himself. Whenever a feeling became too strong, he would look for something else to focus on. His phone, his thoughts, a task, anything that could take him somewhere else. He didn't think of it as avoidance. It just felt natural, automatic, like something his mind did to protect him. And for a long time, it seemed to work. Difficult moments didn't last long. Uncomfortable feelings faded quickly. He could move on without having to deal with them. But there was something else he hadn't noticed, because every time he left a moment, a part of him remained there, unfinished, unfelt, unresolved. And over time, those small, unfinished moments began to gather, not loudly, not all at once, but quietly in the background, as a kind of restlessness he couldn't explain, a subtle discomfort that followed him, even when things were fine. He didn't know where it came from, because he had never stayed long enough to see. One evening, something small happened. Nothing dramatic. Just a conversation that didn't go the way he expected. A few words that felt slightly off. A tone he couldn't quite understand. And as the moment passed, he felt it. That familiar discomfort. Tightness in his chest. A slight unease in his stomach. A quiet urge to move away from it. And immediately, his mind offered an escape. Just forget it. It's not a big deal. Do something else. He reached for his phone, almost without thinking. His fingers moved automatically, ready to scroll, ready to leave the moment behind, just like he always did. But this time, something paused. Not outside, inside. A small hesitation, barely noticeable, but enough. His hand stopped, just for a second, and in that second, he became aware of what he was about to do, not in a judgmental way, not criticizing himself, just noticing. I'm about to leave this feeling. The realization was quiet, but clear, and for the first time, he didn't move immediately. He didn't scroll. He didn't distract himself. He just stayed, not knowing yet that this small moment of not running away would begin to change something he had been avoiding for a very long time. He held the phone in his hand, but didn't move. The screen lit up softly, waiting, inviting him to leave. Just one swipe, and the feeling would fade into the background, just like always. The discomfort in his chest was still there, subtle but present. that familiar tightness, that quiet urge to escape. His mind began to speak again. This isn't worth your time. You're overthinking it. Just move on. The thoughts sounded reasonable. They always did. They weren't loud. They didn't force him. They simply offered a way out, and for a moment, he almost followed them. His thumb moved slightly, then stopped, because something in him had already noticed. And once you truly notice, it becomes harder to go back to being unconscious. So instead of escaping, he did something unfamiliar. He lowered the phone, placed it beside him, and stayed. Not doing anything special, not trying to analyze the feeling, just allowing it to be there. At first, it felt uncomfortable, almost unnatural, like he was doing something wrong by not fixing it. The tightness in his chest became more noticeable. The unease felt closer, more direct. Without distraction, there was nothing between him and the feeling. And that was new, very new. For a brief moment, it felt like the feeling might grow, like it might become too much. But he didn't move. Not because he was forcing himself, but because something deeper was curious. What happens if I don't run? So he stayed, and slowly, something began to shift. Not the feeling, but his relationship to it. Instead of being inside it, he was aware of it. He could feel where it was in his body, the tightness in his chest, the slight tension in his shoulders, the way his breath had become a little shallow. And as he noticed these things, something unexpected happened. The feeling didn't take over. It didn't become stronger. It simply stayed. And then, very slowly, it began to change, not disappearing, but softening, like something that no longer needed to hold itself so tightly. He took a deeper breath, not on purpose. It just happened, as if his body had been waiting for him to stop resisting. And in that breath, the space inside him widened, just a little, enough to feel, this is uncomfortable, but I'm okay. The thought didn't come as words. It came as a quiet sense, a subtle shift in how the moment felt. He wasn't trapped. He wasn't overwhelmed. He was present with something difficult and still okay. Minutes passed. He didn't count them. He didn't try to reach an end. He just stayed, and the feeling continued to soften. Not completely gone, but no longer something he needed to escape from. And for the first time, he saw something clearly. The feeling had never been chasing him. He had been the one running. And now, without running, there was nothing to chase. He picked up his phone again, but this time, not to escape, just to hold it, aware present, no longer needing it to take him away. And in that simple moment, something new began to take root. Not control, not discipline, but trust. A quiet understanding that he could face what he felt without needing to leave. He sat there a little longer, not because he had to, but because he no longer needed to leave. The room was quiet, the moment simple, and the feeling that once pushed him to escape was now just a gentle presence in the background, no longer demanding, no longer urgent, just there. And something inside him had changed, not in a dramatic way, but in a way that felt steady, real. Before, every uncomfortable feeling had felt like a signal. Get out. Fix this. Don't stay here. But now he was seeing something different. A feeling could exist without needing to be solved, without needing to be escaped, without needing to mean something was wrong. He leaned back slightly, took a slow breath, and noticed how his body felt. The tightness had softened. His shoulders were no longer tense. His breath deeper, more natural. Not because he forced it, but because he had stopped resisting what was already there. And in that moment, a quiet realization settled in. Strength is not always about control. It is not always about pushing through or overcoming. Sometimes, strength is the ability to stay, to remain present, even when something inside feels uncomfortable, to not run, even when every part of you wants to sit with a moment without needing it to change. He looked around the room. Nothing had changed. The same walls, the same light, the same quiet evening. And yet, everything felt different because he was no longer trying to escape it. He was in it fully and for the first time. That didn't feel like a problem. It felt peaceful. Not a big, overwhelming peace, but a quiet one. The kind that doesn't come from fixing anything. The kind that comes from allowing. Later that night, as he prepared to sleep, he noticed something else. There was no lingering restlessness, no background tension pulling at him. The moment from earlier, the one he would have normally avoided, was complete. Nothing left behind, nothing unfinished. And that was new, because for so long, he had been leaving moments before they could resolve themselves. And now, by staying, he had allowed something to move through him, naturally, without force, without effort. As he lay down, a soft thought passed through his mind. Not something he needed to hold on to, just something that felt true. I don't always have to run. And in that simple understanding, there was a quiet strength, one that didn't depend on changing anything, one that didn't require him to be fearless, only willing to stay. And somewhere else, someone else was having a different kind of day, not filled with a single strong feeling, but with something more confusing. A day where nothing felt right, nothing felt wrong either, just off, disconnected, like she was moving through her life without really being inside it. Story 4. The Day Nothing Felt Right. There was a woman who woke up one morning with a strange feeling she couldn't name. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't stress. It wasn't even anxiety in the way people usually describe it. It was something quieter, a kind of disconnection, as if she had stepped slightly outside of her own life and was now just watching it from a distance. She sat up in bed, looked around her room. Everything was familiar. Everything was the same. And yet, it didn't feel the same. There was no warmth in the moment, no clear emotion either, just a flatness. She went through her morning routine, brushed her teeth, made breakfast, checked her phone. Each action happened as it always did, but there was no real engagement, no sense of being fully there. It felt like she was moving through the motions without actually touching the experience, like her body was present, but her mind was somewhere just out of reach. She noticed it, but didn't understand it. Why does everything feel off? The question came quietly, without urgency, but it stayed. She tried to ignore it, told herself it would pass, that maybe she just needed time to wake up. So she continued her day, answered messages, completed small tasks, spoke to people, and from the outside, everything looked normal. No one noticed anything different, because there was nothing obvious to notice. But inside, there was a growing sense that something wasn't quite right, not wrong, just not connected. Moments didn't land. Conversations didn't stay. Even small things that usually brought her comfort felt distant, like they were happening, but not reaching her. And slowly, a quiet unease began to grow. Not strong, not overwhelming, but persistent. Why can't I feel this? Why am I not really here? The questions didn't come with panic. They came with confusion, a soft frustration, because there was nothing to fix, no clear cause, just a day that didn't feel like it belonged to her. By the afternoon, that feeling had spread through everything, not heavier, but wider, touching each moment without fully entering any of them. She found herself sitting alone for a while, doing nothing, not because she planned to stop, but because something in her had quietly slowed down. And in that pause, she noticed something. Not the feeling itself, but her reaction to it. She had been trying all day to get back to normal, trying to feel something familiar, trying to reconnect, trying to fix the experience, without even realizing it. And that effort, that subtle resistance, was what made everything feel even further away. She took a slow breath, not to change anything, just because it was there. And for the first time that day, she considered something different. What if nothing is wrong? The thought didn't solve anything, but it softened something, just a little, not knowing yet that this small shift would begin to bring her back in a way she had not expected. She stayed where she was, not moving. The room was quiet. No distractions, no noise, just her and that strange, distant feeling. Normally, this would be the moment she reached for something, her phone, a task, anything to pull herself out of it. But this time, she didn't. Not because she had a plan, not because she knew what to do, but because something in her was tired of trying, tired of forcing herself to feel normal, tired of searching for something that wasn't there. So instead, she allowed the moment to be exactly as it was, flat, quiet, unfamiliar. At first, it felt uncomfortable, not in a sharp way, but in a subtle, unsettling way, like standing in a place that doesn't quite feel like home. Her mind tried to step in. This isn't right. You need to fix this. Do something. But instead of following those thoughts, she noticed them, let them pass, and returned to the moment. There was still that sense of distance, still that lack of feeling. But now, she wasn't fighting it. She wasn't trying to pull herself back into something else. She was simply here. And as she stayed, something very small began to shift. Not the feeling, but her awareness of it. She began to notice details. The way her hands rested in her lap, the quiet rhythm of her breathing, the faint sounds in the distance, things that had been there all along, but had gone unnoticed. And slowly, very slowly, the moment began to feel a little less empty, not full, not warm, but present, like something was beginning to come back into focus, without being forced, without being chased, just naturally. She took another breath, and this time she felt it more clearly. The air moving in, the slight expansion in her chest, the gentle release as she exhaled. It wasn't a big feeling, but it was something. And that was enough. because it showed her something important. She hadn't lost connection. She had just been trying too hard to find it, and in doing so, she had moved further away. But by stopping, by allowing the moment to be what it was, she had created space. And in that space, connection began to return, quietly, on its own. Minutes passed. She didn't count them. She didn't need to, because for the first time that day, she wasn't waiting for something to change. She was simply experiencing what was here, and that changed everything. She remained there a little longer, not trying, not searching, just allowing the moment to unfold. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, something began to return. Not all at once, not in a way that could be clearly measured, but gently, like a fog that begins to lift, without you noticing exactly when it started. The room felt a little more real, the sounds a little clearer, her body a little more present. The strange distance that had followed her all day hadn't disappeared completely, but it was no longer everything. There was space now, space where something else could exist. She moved her hand slightly, not to test anything, just naturally. And this time, she felt it, the small movement, the contact, the quiet sensation of being in her body, and that simple awareness felt grounding, not dramatic, but real. She took a breath, and this time there was no question. She was here, maybe not fully, maybe not perfectly, but enough. And that was when she understood something she hadn't seen before. There had never been anything wrong with her, nothing broken, nothing missing. What she had been experiencing was just a moment, a temporary state, something that came and would go. But her struggle had come from believing it shouldn't be there, from trying to force herself back into a feeling that wasn't ready to return. And in doing so, she had unknowingly moved further away from the present moment. But the moment she stopped resisting, the moment she allowed things to be exactly as they were, something shifted. Not because she fixed anything, but because she stopped fighting what didn't need to be fixed. She stood up slowly, not rushing, not checking if everything felt normal again, just moving. And as she walked, she noticed something soft inside her, not happiness, not relief, but a quiet steadiness, a gentle sense of being back, not perfectly, but truly, and that was enough. Later that evening, as she reflected on the day, it no longer felt confusing. It felt understandable, not in a logical way, but in a deeper sense. She had moved through something subtle, something easy to misinterpret, but something that had shown her a truth she hadn't known before. That even when nothing feels right, even when you feel disconnected, even when you don't recognize your own experience, you are still here, still aware, still capable of returning, not by force, but by allowing. And that is a quiet kind of strength, one that doesn't panic, one that doesn't rush, one that trusts that even the most unfamiliar moments will eventually pass. As the night settled in, that understanding stayed with her, soft, steady, like something she didn't need to hold on to, because it was already part of her. And somewhere else, someone was facing something even more difficult. Not confusion, not disconnection, but doubt. A quiet, persistent belief that she wasn't strong enough. A belief she had carried for a very long time without ever questioning it. Story 5. The strength she didn't see. There was a woman who believed she wasn't strong, not in an obvious way. She didn't say it out loud. She didn't tell people, "I am weak." But quietly, in the way she saw herself, that belief was always there. It showed up in small thoughts. I can't handle this. This is too much for me. Other people are better at dealing with things. She didn't question those thoughts because they felt true. They had been there for so long. They felt like facts. And over time, she began to live as if they were. Whenever something difficult appeared, she hesitated, not because she didn't care, but because she already believed she wouldn't be able to handle it well. So she avoided, delayed, doubted herself. And every time she stepped back, that belief grew stronger. See, I'm not strong enough. It became a quiet cycle, one that reinforced itself without her even realizing it. One day, something small happened. Not a big challenge, not a life-changing event, just something unexpected, a situation she couldn't avoid, something she had to face, whether she felt ready or not. And immediately, that familiar thought appeared. I can't do this. Soft, automatic, certain. She paused, not because she had an answer, but because something about that thought felt very familiar, too familiar, like a voice she had been listening to for years without ever asking where it came from. She stood there quietly, the situation still in front of her, the discomfort still present, and for the first time, she didn't immediately believe the thought. She didn't push it away either. She just noticed it. I can't do this. The words repeated in her mind, but now there was a small space between the thought and her reaction to it, a space she had never seen before, and in that space, something else appeared, not loud, not confident, but gentle. Is that actually true? The question didn't demand an answer. It simply opened something, a possibility she had never considered, that maybe this belief she had been carrying was not as solid as it seemed. She took a slow breath, looked at the situation in front of her, still uncomfortable, still uncertain, but no longer impossible. And for the first time, she considered doing something she had rarely done before, trying without needing to be sure, not knowing yet that this small shift would begin to show her a strength that had always been there. She stood there, still unsure. The situation in front of her hadn't changed. It was still uncomfortable, still unfamiliar, still something she would normally avoid. And yet, something inside her had shifted, just slightly. Before, the thought, "I can't do this," would have ended everything. It would have been the final answer. But now, it was just a thought, present, but not absolute. She took a small step forward, not confidently, not with certainty, just enough to begin, and immediately the discomfort was there. That familiar tension, that quiet fear of doing something wrong, of not handling it well, of confirming the belief she had carried for so long. "See, you're not strong enough." The thought returned, but this time, she didn't stop. She noticed it, felt it, and kept going. Not quickly, not perfectly, just continuing. And something interesting began to happen. The more she stayed with the moment, the less overwhelming it felt. Not easy, but manageable. Like something that looked bigger from a distance, but felt different up close. She focused on one small part, then the next, not trying to control the outcome, not trying to prove anything, just doing what was in front of her. And as she moved through it, minute by minute, she realized something surprising. She was doing it, not perfectly, not effortlessly, but she was still there, still engaged, still moving through something she once believed she couldn't handle. At one point, she paused, not because she wanted to stop, but because she needed a breath. And in that pause, she noticed something clearly. The situation hadn't become easier, but she had not collapsed under it. She had not walked away. She had not disappeared like she thought she would. Instead, she had stayed, and that felt unfamiliar but real. She continued, step by step, and slowly, the moment that once felt impossible began to pass, not in a dramatic way, but in the same quiet way it had begun, just moving forward until it was no longer in front of her, until it was behind her. She stood there for a moment after it ended, not rushing to the next thing, just noticing. The feeling in her body, the quiet space in her mind, the absence of something she had expected to be there. Failure, but it wasn't there. Instead, there was something else. Something she didn't immediately recognize. Something quiet. Something steady. A sense that maybe, just maybe, she had been wrong about herself. She stood there a little longer, not moving, letting the moment settle. There was no celebration, no sudden feeling of confidence, just a quiet awareness. Something had happened. Something small but real. She looked back at what she had just moved through, the thing she had believed she couldn't handle, the moment she would have avoided just a short time ago. And now it was over. Not perfectly, not beautifully, but completely. She had stayed, and that changed everything, because for so long, her idea of strength had been something else, something bigger, something louder, something that looked like confidence, certainty, control. But this didn't look like that. This looked like hesitation, like doubt, like moving forward without knowing. And yet, it was still strength, maybe even a deeper kind. A quiet thought appeared, soft but clear. Maybe I've been strong more times than I realized. She didn't try to prove it. She didn't search for evidence, but something in her recognized the truth of it. All the days she had continued, even when she felt unsure, all the moments she had stayed, even when she wanted to leave, all the times she had felt afraid, but still moved forward in small ways. She had never counted those as strength, because they didn't look impressive, but now she saw them differently. They were the very moments that defined it. She took a slow breath, and for the first time, there was a sense of trust. Not loud, not overwhelming, but steady. A quiet knowing that even when she feels uncertain, even when she feels unprepared, even when her mind says, I can't, she is still capable of taking the next step, and that is enough. As she moved forward into the rest of her day, nothing around her had changed, but something within her had. A belief had softened. A story had loosened its hold. And in its place, there was space. Space for something new to grow. Not confidence, not certainty, but trust. And somewhere else, someone was facing a different kind of challenge. Not a single moment of doubt, but something that had been building slowly over time. A quiet exhaustion. The kind that doesn't come from one hard day, but from many. Days that felt heavy, one after another. Story 6. The tiredness that didn't go away. There was a man who felt tired all the time, not just at the end of the day, not just after doing something difficult, but constantly. From the moment he woke up to the moment he went to sleep. It wasn't the kind of tiredness that sleep could fix. He tried that, going to bed earlier, resting more, taking breaks when he could. But no matter what he did, the tiredness stayed, quiet, persistent, like something that had settled deep inside him. At first, he thought it was temporary, just a phase, a result of being busy or stressed. So he pushed through, told himself it will pass. And for a while, he kept going like that, day after day, carrying the same weight, ignoring it when he could, distracting himself when it felt too present. But slowly, something began to change. Not the tiredness, that remained the same, but his relationship to it. It began to feel heavier, not because it grew, but because he was no longer able to ignore it. Small things became harder. Simple decisions took more effort. Even moments that used to feel easy now felt like something he had to push himself into. And with that, another thought began to appear. Why am I like this? It wasn't angry, just confused. Other people seem fine. Why can't I just have more energy? The question stayed with him, following him through the day, and slowly, without realizing it, he began to carry something more than just tiredness. He began to carry judgment, a quiet belief that something was wrong with him, that he should be different, that he should be able to do more, feel more, handle more. And that belief made everything heavier. One evening, after another long day that didn't feel particularly productive, he sat down in silence. No distractions, no noise, just sitting. The tiredness was there, as always. But this time, he didn't try to push it away. He didn't reach for something to distract himself. He didn't tell himself to fix it. He just noticed it. The heaviness in his body, the slowness in his mind, the quiet lack of energy. And for the first time, he asked a different question. Not, how do I get rid of this? But, What if this is not something to fight? The thought felt unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable, because for so long he had been treating the tiredness like a problem, something to solve, something to overcome. But now he was considering something else. That maybe this wasn't something he needed to push through, not knowing yet that this small shift would begin to show him a different kind of strength. He remained sitting there, quietly, not trying to fix anything, not searching for answers, just allowing the tiredness to be there. At first, it felt unfamiliar because every other time he noticed it, his instinct was to push against it, to resist, to tell himself he needed to be different, more energetic, more productive, more capable. But now, he wasn't doing that. He was simply noticing the weight in his body, the slight heaviness behind his eyes, the slow pace of his thoughts. It wasn't comfortable, but it also wasn't overwhelming. It was just present. And as he stayed with it, something began to shift. Not the tiredness itself, but the tension around it. He realized that most of his exhaustion had not come from the feeling alone. It had come from fighting it, from telling himself it shouldn't be there, from trying to move faster when his body was asking him to slow down. And now, without that resistance, the tiredness felt different, still there, but softer, less heavy, like something that no longer needed to defend itself. He took a slow breath, and this time, he actually felt it. The air moving in, the quiet pause, the release. And in that simple moment, there was no pressure, no expectation, just rest, not sleep, not escape, but a kind of rest that came from not pushing minutes past. He didn't check the time. He didn't need to, because for the first time in a long while, he wasn't trying to get somewhere else. He wasn't trying to become a different version of himself. He was simply being where he was, as he was. And slowly, his body responded. His shoulders dropped. His breath deepened. The tightness he hadn't even noticed before began to release. Not completely, but enough. Enough to feel the difference. A quiet understanding began to form, not in words, but in feeling. Maybe I don't need to fight this. Maybe I don't need to force myself through it. Maybe I can meet it. Instead, the thought wasn't dramatic, but it changed something fundamental. Because for so long, He had believed strength meant pushing, overcoming, ignoring what he felt in order to keep going. But now, he was seeing another possibility. That strength could also look like listening, like slowing down, like allowing his body to be where it was, without judgment. He stayed there a little longer, not because he had to, but because he no longer felt the need to leave. And in that stillness, something quiet returned. Not energy, not motivation, but presence. And that was enough. He stayed there a little longer than he expected, not because the tiredness had disappeared, but because it no longer felt like something he had to escape from. The heaviness was still there, but now it felt different, less like a weight he was carrying, and more like a signal he was finally listening to. He placed his hand gently on his chest, not as a technique, not as something he planned, just naturally. And for a moment, he felt it, the quiet rise and fall of his breath, the slow rhythm of his body, asking for less, not more. And something inside him softened, because for so long, he had been asking himself to keep going, when what he needed was to pause. That night, he didn't try to do more. He didn't try to catch up on what he hadn't done. He didn't push himself to be productive. He allowed the day to end as it was, incomplete, unfinished. And for the first time, that didn't feel like failure. It felt honest. The next morning, when he woke up, the tiredness was still there. But something else was there too. A quiet acceptance. Not giving up. Not resignation. But a gentle understanding that he didn't need to fight himself to move forward. So instead of rushing into the day, he moved slowly, one thing at a time, without pressure, without expectation, and strangely, that made everything easier. Not because he had more energy, but because he was no longer wasting energy on resistance. Days passed. The tiredness didn't vanish overnight. It came and went, sometimes stronger, sometimes lighter, but his relationship to it had changed. He no longer saw it as something wrong, something to fix, something to push through. He saw it as something to listen to, something to meet, and in doing so, he discovered a different kind of strength, one that didn't force, one that didn't rush, one that allowed him to continue without breaking himself in the process. And one evening, as he sat quietly again, he noticed something he hadn't expected. A small amount of energy. Not a lot. Not enough to do everything. But enough to take one step. And this time, he didn't rush to use it. He didn't try to do more than he needed to. He simply used it gently, carefully, and that made it last. He realized then, strength is not always about how much you can carry. Sometimes it is about how gently you carry yourself. When you are tired and somewhere else, someone was facing a moment that felt like too much. Not slowly, not quietly, but all at once. A moment where everything felt overwhelming and there seemed to be no way through it. Story 7. The moment that felt too much. There was a moment when everything felt like too much. Not slowly, not building over time, but all at once. A flood of thoughts, a surge of emotion, a sudden weight that arrived without warning. It happened in the middle of an ordinary day. Nothing dramatic had led up to it. No clear trigger, just a moment. That became overwhelming. Her chest tightened. Her breath became shallow. Her mind began to move quickly, too quickly. One thought led to another, and another, until everything felt tangled. I can't handle this. This is too much. I need to get out. The thoughts came fast, urgent, convincing. Her body responded. Tension spread through her shoulders. Her hands felt restless. Her heart beat faster, as if trying to keep up with everything happening inside. She looked around. The world was still the same. People moving, sounds continuing. Nothing outside had changed, but inside, it felt like everything was collapsing inward. Too much to process, too much to hold, too much to stay with. And in that moment, there was only one clear impulse: escape, leave the feeling, distract, move, do anything to make it stop. She reached for something, anything, her phone, a thought, a way out, because staying felt impossible, like standing in the middle of a storm with no shelter. And yet, just as she was about to turn away from the moment, something small happened. Not outside, inside. A pause, barely noticeable, just enough to create a tiny space. And in that space, a different possibility appeared. Not strong, not certain, but present. What if I don't run? The question felt strange, almost uncomfortable, because everything in her body was telling her to leave, to escape, to make the feeling go away. But something in her, for reasons she didn't fully understand, stayed just for a second longer, not knowing yet that this single moment of not escaping would begin to show her something powerful, something she had never experienced before. She didn't move, not because the feeling had softened, not because it had become easier, but because she was still in that small pause, that tiny space between reacting and staying. Her breath was still shallow, her chest still tight, her thoughts still racing. Nothing had changed, and yet she hadn't run. That alone was new. Her mind tried again. This is too much. You need to leave. You can't handle this. The thoughts felt urgent, more convincing than anything else. But this time, she didn't immediately follow them. She noticed them, heard them, and stayed. Just a little longer. Her body felt like it wanted to move, to do something, anything, but she didn't. Instead, she did something very small. She took one slow breath, not a deep breath, not forced, just one conscious inhale, and then a gentle exhale. It didn't fix everything. It didn't stop the storm, but it gave her something to hold on to, something real, something steady, her breath. She focused on it again, in and out. The thoughts were still there. The feeling was still intense. But now, there was a small anchor, a place she could return to, again and again, and slowly, very slowly, something began to shift. Not the intensity, not immediately, but her relationship to it. Instead of being completely inside the storm, she was now noticing it, feeling it, but also aware of her breath, aware of her body, aware that she was still here, still present, still breathing through it. Moments passed. She didn't count them. They felt long, but not endless, because now there was movement, not outside, but inside. The tightness in her chest began to loosen, just slightly. Her breath became a little deeper. Her thoughts, still fast, but not as overwhelming. And then, something unexpected happened. The feeling didn't disappear, but it stopped growing. It reached a point and stayed there, no longer expanding, no longer taking over everything. And in that moment, she realized something important. This feels like too much, but it is not infinite. It had a shape, a limit, a peak, and she was still there, inside it, not broken, not gone, still breathing, still aware. She took another breath, and this time it felt different. Not because the storm had ended, but because she was no longer trying to escape it. She was moving through it. She stayed, not perfectly, not without discomfort, but she stayed. And slowly, the storm began to change. Not all at once. Not in a way that was easy to notice, but gently, like waves that had reached their highest point and were now beginning to fall. Her breath deepened just a little, then a little more. Her chest no longer as tight as before. Her thoughts still present, but no longer rushing all at once. There was space now, small but real, and in that space, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. She was still here, not overwhelmed, not consumed, still present, inside the very moment that once felt impossible to stay in. And that changed everything, because just minutes ago, she believed she couldn't handle it, that it was too much, that she needed to escape. But nay, she had stayed through it, not because it was easy, but because she didn't run, and the feeling, the one that felt endless, was already beginning to pass. She took another slow breath, this time without effort, and as she exhaled, her body softened. Her shoulders dropped, her hands relaxed, and something quiet replaced the intensity. Not relief, not happiness, but a deep, steady calm. The kind that comes after something has moved through you, without resistance. She looked around. The same place, the same world. Nothing outside had changed, and yet everything felt different, because she had seen something clearly, a truth that didn't come from thinking, but from experience. No feeling, no matter how intense, lasts forever. And more importantly, she could be with it, without breaking, without disappearing, without needing to escape. A quiet thought arose, soft but certain. I made it through, not in a dramatic way, not in a way anyone else would notice, but in the most important way. She had stayed, and that was enough. As the moment fully passed, what remained was not exhaustion, not fear, but trust. A deeper kind of trust, not in life, not in circumstances, but in herself. A knowing that even when things feel like too much, even when the mind says, I can't, there is something within her that can stay, that can breathe, that can move through what once felt impossible. And as the night gently settles in, all of these stories begin to come together. Different people, different moments, different kinds of difficulty, and yet the same quiet truth. You are stronger than your hardest day. And now, as everything begins to quiet down, let yourself take a slow breath in and out. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to fix. Just listen. If you look back at these moments, you may begin to notice something. None of them were easy. None of them felt like strength while they were happening. They felt like hesitation, like doubt, like heaviness, like something too much to carry. And yet, in every single one, there was something that remained, something quiet, something steady, something that did not leave, even when everything felt difficult. And that something is you. Not the version of you that has everything figured out. Not the version that feels confident and strong all the time. But the part of you that stays, that continues, that breathes, even when the moment feels heavy. Strength is not always what we think it is. It is not always pushing harder, not always overcoming, not always being fearless. Sometimes, strength looks like sitting in silence when you want to escape, like taking one small step when everything feels too much, like allowing a feeling to be there without trying to remove it, like resting when your body asks you to slow down. These moments may not look impressive. They may not feel like progress, but they are. They are the quiet ways you continue, even when you don't feel strong. And maybe that is what you needed to hear tonight. Not that everything will be easy, not that difficult days will disappear, but that when they come, you are not as fragile as you think. You are not as limited as your thoughts suggest. You are not as weak as those quiet doubts make you feel. Because even on your hardest day, you are still here, still breathing, still aware, still capable of taking the next step, no matter how small. So tonight, you don't need to change your life. You don't need to solve everything. You don't need to become stronger than you are. Just remember this. You already have enough strength to meet this moment and the next and the next now. Let your body soften. Let your shoulders relax. Let your breath slow down naturally. Feel the surface beneath you, supporting you. Nothing to hold, nothing to carry, just resting. Gently bring your attention to your breath, in and out. If your mind begins to wander, that's okay. Just notice and return. No effort, no pressure, just returning again and again. Like everything you've heard tonight, quiet, steady, enough. With each breath, allow yourself to sink deeper into stillness, into calm, into a space where nothing needs to be different. And as you drift closer to sleep, this remain with you, softly. You are stronger than your hardest day. Now, rest. Good night.